Hello. What's up? I'm a little discombobulated. The scene that I was going to use, it turns out I had basically nothing built out for like the new setup in it. So I was very rapidly building things out, or not building things out, but like, setting things back up how they needed to be. And then I had an idea right before stream, which is the best time to have one. And now I am rapidly trying to implement the mania that seeps through my brain. And I've almost got it too. I was thinking, right, I need it to be the tablet needs to take up most of the screen. And it's hard for it to do that when it's vertical. And so I was like, well, I'll just split it in half, and then it'll take up the whole screen, and it'll be perfect. And that would have been good if I had decided on it ahead of time, rather than with about 3 minutes to spare, which now puts us in the situation we find ourselves in. There we go. That almost looks good, I think. Let me pull it up on the other end and see. Yeah, that looks fine. And then we can pop on the yellow background to make that not look so dark. And I think we got our setup. All right, perfect. And I know that it's the members only stream. And if you don't know what this is, I don't know why it was all like turned off. So you got just a blank screen. And why this is facing backwards? What is going on? I'm having a great day. I actually am having a pretty good day. But hello. My name is Megaphone Man. We're going to be doing some theorizing, which is code for I take a lot of notes. What up, John? It's code for I take a lot of notes to help myself think, but those notes need to be organized, and doing that off stream is very boring. It's actually not that boring. It actually goes pretty quick, but I like doing it on stream because I like for you guys to see my train of thought. And if I do all of that train of thought off stream, that is the boring thing. So, we're going to go back to this. And we're going to start doing some theorizing. But also, wait. Hold. Can't hear it. Great. Why can't we hear it? That's why. But wait, there's more. I got a ducker that actually works. So that's fucking cool. So now the music should be very quiet for y'all. It's also quiet for me. I don't know why I said just y'all. And then it'll come back in, hopefully very smoothly. The other ducker was a pain in the ass, I'll tell you that. So hopefully this one's a little bit nicer to me. And we're gonna move all those things off and around and gone. And now we are going to look at our shit, because the problem, if I may call it that, is that we have a lot of notes to take care of today. Woo! It's been a while since we had so many. So I need to pull this a little bit closer to me, and we gotta get started. Now, to be fair, I'm looking at this one and it has literally no notes in it. So maybe this is a bad example. So that one just gets filed away. Boom, done. Easy. Good job, everybody. We made it happen. We made it work. Let's see. This is the first live show. If that has any context to how far back we are. Also, now I'm debating because I'm not going to be doing a lot of drawing, but I set up this nice, I set up a whole fucking thing for this, but it's actually probably way easier in retrospect if I just get rid of both of those, scale up my primary. Yeah, unfortunately, that's probably just easier. It is very zoomed out. So hopefully that text size isn't too bad for y'all. If it is, let me know. I can, well... figuring it out as we go. There we go. Yeah, let me know if that text size is okay or if it's too small. Yeah, just let me know. The previous zoomed in size was better, too small right now. Got it. Okay. Let's see. I wish that I could just zoom more natively, but I might be able to. Let's see. ITS, workspace. But yeah. Oh, wait. I know exactly what to do. I was debating. I was like, how am I going to solve this? This is something I didn't even think about being a problem because it wasn't a problem last time for various reasons. There we go. What do we think of that? That looks better on screen. And then I can actually figure out a better way to actually scale it up later. But right now, hopefully that's good. Oh, wait. A theory stream? Actually, I got another idea. I'm a little... I'm gonna be real with you guys. I'm gonna be a little all over the place today. I got very iffy sleep. So I'm gonna be a little woo. Obsidian. Yeah. Wait, how do we feel about this? Wait. I say we as if I'm actually asking. I'm not. Close to what the size of the notes are in the theory stream. Okay. So then if I do that, then we're going to get rid of that. And then we're going to do this. Wait. And this way, I can actually make it fit on the window better. How is that? That seems pretty good. I mean, I'm looking at it. It might not be good for like mobile users. But that might just be something I'm okay with. I'm gonna be absolutely real. 'Cause that seems better. I can go a little bit taller. Or I can go a little bit more zoomed in, I mean. Even. I'm on my phone and I can't read anything. Man, that is tough. That is tough, but I don't know. Since I can't actually zoom in the application, like the problem is either I have to make like everything on my computer really big. Well, okay, wait. I can maybe do something. This would be okay for me to work in. And then I can zoom it even more. Okay. Hopefully this is okay. I think this is about as small as I can go. Well, okay, I've got one more thing I can do. 125. So then that's a little bit bigger on my end. Yeah, that's about as much as I can do, unfortunately. This is good? Or how it was previously? I think I can work with about that. Previously, yeah. I think unfortunately this is about as much as I can do. I'm gonna try one more thing. Then we're gonna do that. Yeah, unfortunately, we're getting just to a spot where, like, for me to work on it, I don't know that I'm going to be able to display text in a mobile-friendly way, which is unfortunate. I forgot I can zoom my screen. Yeah, and it's like that. I don't want you to have to, but I think it is just, like, kind of text on phones. I don't know if I'm going to be able to get it that much smaller than this. I think this is about what I can do. So let's make it happen. Yeah. Have me off screen, then zoom the notes. That's fair. Honestly, he couldn't read it. I could on my phone. I mean, I'm sure that it depends on what size of phone you have as well. I also did forget I could shrink the two things on the left for a little bit bigger. No, I'm gonna stop messing with it. I'll work on it off stream, but I gotta actually work and not just play with my layouts. I'm bad at graphic design. You're on my dog. I was like, yeah. And this is how it is on fucking regular stream too. It's like one of the reasons that I was originally hesitant about having on-screen notes is almost entirely for like, oh, it's going to be a bunch of like the experience that people won't be able to read in varying circumstances. But I will do my best to vocalize anything that is interesting or that I find interesting. And that way, that'll hopefully supplement the text. And honestly, if I can, I'm just going to do this, yeah. Just purely out of like what is... Oh, but that's so much smaller. Wait. Okay. You know what? On-screen chat is not as important for this one. And that'll help it be a little bit bigger. And I can more easily do this. And then I can shrink that down and actually probably move it up here. This is the sort of boring shit that happens off stream that is like probably kind of interesting to some people, but it is a lot of just like dragging things around and vibe checking them because I have no graphic design experience or expertise in order to know like, oh, it should look like this or I should definitely do it like this. So yeah, it's just a lot of me dragging it around, but I think this is good. I think this is good. I think this is the least obtrusive place for my camera. We don't need chat on screen. I think this is about as good as I can do. All right. Devana. And this way, if it takes up more of the screen, hopefully it doesn't have to be as big. All right. The audience sounds like a fucking laugh track. It did. I like it. Sick. All right. Cool, cool, cool. Is someone vaguely interested in streaming? I find it interesting. Yeah. It's the sort of stuff that I find interesting when people talk about it. And it's the sort of thing that I watch certain streamers for, is like specifically for their insight on this sort of stuff. But I also know that a lot of people are just, you know, here for the entertainment, which is very fair. All right. Devana, new wife of Sildor, and Velora, step-sibling of the twins, daughter of Devana and Sildor. I almost put that into deities. Not deities. Apparent allies. I would call the, not Vidars. Vidar? Vex and Vax. I know I wrote it down. I don't need to think about it too much. I should open up, though. Vox Machina. Vex and Vax. I'm Vex, he's Vax. Boo, boo, boo. Okay, so we have Devana, wife of Sildor, and I probably should know their last name, but I can't remember if we learned it. I don't think we did learn it this stream. It was like the stream right before this. Let's see. Doing chores and driving. How are you doing chores at the same time as driving? Oh, Vasar. I have it right here on his name. Vesar. Let's see. I do not endorse distracted driving. I am assuming I shouldn't put that on there. I'll put last name Vesar. The chores are the driving. I see. You're just audio? Okay, that's fair. I listen to podcasts. Last name Vesar. Okay. Eating food in park. I was about to say the listening is chill. The texting, but I get what you're saying. You were saying that for the specific reason of you might be late because you'll be driving. That makes sense. Devana Vesar, new wife of Sildor. Wife of Sildor Vesar. Stepmother to Vax and Vax. Mother of, and we need a new one for Velora. I honestly don't know if we do need another one for Velora, but I'm gonna do it anyways. So now Devana is the mother of Velora. Velora Devana, nope. Currently, and Devana and Sildor all currently live in Singorn. Yeah, they have their entire like family dynamic is like, not to say that like the trope of the evil stepsisters and stepmother, you know, doesn't exist and like doesn't parallel amounts of real life, but as someone with a stepmother and stepsisters who are all very cool and very chill, I definitely relate to the like me and my step family have always been like very relaxed and very chill with each other, and honestly I've had a rockier relationship with my blood parent compared to my step family. So it's a relationship that really speaks to me specifically. And I know that like my situation is not unique. It's a very like real look at like a different dynamic of like people getting remarried. And it's like, oh man, even though like me and, you know, from Vex and Vax's perspective, like even though they sometimes, you know, beef with their dad and have like a really tough relationship with him, that doesn't mean that like Devana's a dick, you know. Just implicitly, she can still be very cool. And that Velora can just be like, an innocent, cool kid that they like and that obviously very much looks up to them. Yeah. Let's see. So there is a place that has continued to get brought up, and I just want to make sure that I don't have... No, I don't. Okay. So they've mentioned Fort Daxio several times. I don't think that it, in and of itself, is probably that important, but I'm still gonna landmark it as like a potential connection point for some other things. So it had most of the Taldoran. How do you spell Tal'Dorei? So the apostrophe is right there. So Tal apostrophe Doran. Army stationed seems to often have most of the Tal'Doran army stationed there. In Tal'Dorei. Is near a mountain range. Most likely the Cliff Keeps, if I had to guess, but could be the, I believe could be the Stormcrest. Because the Stormcrest Mountains are where they pushed Thordak back to. Began pillaging and shit in the Stormcrest Mountains, yeah. I don't know exactly where they are, but I have implied that they are in Tal'Dorei. So could be the Stormcrest. Hard to tell. Anywhere that gets brought up enough to stick in your mind makes sense to take notes on. At worst, it may come up in C2 or C3. Yeah, I agree. That's exactly how I feel. It's like Fort Daxio, and I think it's just Daxio in general. It's like, you know, it was the father, and then it was the culty son, and then it's a fort. It's like, there's enough going on there for me to feel an amount of like world building connection. Most of said army was actually, you know what I should maybe do? Well, could we call that even a faction? We could call that a faction. I'm actually going to split this out into the Tal'Dorei. Hopefully I spelled Tal'Dorei right. Again. Locations. Tal'Dorei. Yeah. Tal'Dorei Army. recently stationed at Fort Daxio near a mountain range that has recently had an influx of lizard people that the fort was somewhat positioned to defend against. Most of said army was in Singorn during the fall of MON, when Singorn bamfed to the Feywild. Although it actually looks like we had sent most of our forces into the mountain range and then received word that 3 great drakes were making their way towards Singorn, knowing that we had no recourse but to flee and prepare when it was time. So it actually was... So they were actually... Most of said army was stationed in Singorn. Excuse me. Was stationed in Singorn during the fall of Amon, but was actually in the mountains when it was happening, along with a lot of Singorn's personal forces. Brought some of them with when Singorn bamped into the Feywild. Okay. The music isn't working. I'm sorry. That's why I was looking at it very confused. It's because it's being a little strange. Man, I would almost turn on lo-fi beats to chill/study to, but I don't know if that's safe for stream. Let's try this. Nope, right, because I haven't fixed that yet. Fuck. Yeah, I might just turn off music. Y'all can throw on your own music. I do often just sit in silence when I'm doing this sort of stuff, and managing the music is distracting to me at the moment. Because a lot of my playlists broke, unfortunately. Let's see. Or actually, well, I might be able to put on sheep reliability. If sheep reliability works, then we'll have music. Sheep reliability. Why did I ever doubt it? It's reliable. The sheep are reliable, and I should not have doubted that. That's my bad. I am turning down the max a little bit, even though I have the Ducker. I'm turning down the max a skosh, because this one is not as chill as the last one. What's up, Delphi? How you doing? All right, we know that Singorn has spies in a MON, which seems like not like the most relevant, but like fairly relevant, you know? Singorn has spies in a MON. MON. Music did take me by surprise when I first arrived. Forgot about the Ducker. Thought another app was playing on my phone. Yeah. Well, I don't use the Ducker very often. I don't do a lot of music in the background streams because I don't listen to a lot of music, and the very like limited range that I do listen to is not what do you call it? Not copyright friendly. Not stream friendly. I cannot play it on stream. I will get copyright claimed. So I don't have like a large discography to pull from. Ugh. Oh yeah, I forgot about this. This was like a small thing, and I don't exactly know where to put it. I'll probably put it on Thordak the Cinder King. But yeah, because Sildor claimed, just throw that all in there. Sildor claims that dragons of that size, referring to Thordak, have been seen at some point in history, which implies that Thordak's size is not necessarily a non-natural phenomena. Or at least not a never-before-seen phenomena. This is like existing tech. According to Sildor, who's not, maybe not the most reliable narrator, but he seems pretty reliable. Oh, and then Tyrelda. God, I need to start making a subcategories of apparent allies. I'm gonna make another one for close allies that we can put like Allura and what the hell? Oh, okay, sure. Close allies like Allura and probably Cassandra. Well, the fact that I don't remember who Circonos or Cornelius are, that'll tell you how close they are. Gilmore goes in there. Probably Grandfather Wilhelm. Although, it doesn't really make sense. It's like, Grandfather Wilhelm is a close ally in the literal sense, but not in the more, like, spiritual sense that I'm putting a lot of these in. Like, Osisa is also probably, like, a quote-unquote close ally, but, like, I'm not going to put her in there. I don't think it makes as much sense. So, yeah, I think just Allura, Cassandra, and Gilmore makes sense. Who do I not have in there? Oh, guest PCs. A lot of their really close ones are guest PCs. So we're also gonna do family. I think family is a good subcategory, because then we have like, then we have like Sildor and Valora, and that'll work for them. Sildor. Do I not have a fucking article for Scanlan's daughter? There's no way. I'm also going to say seemingly unimportant randos. for like Braum Goldhand. Where I still want to have them, and even like Abjuris Noja. It's like, I still want to have them, but it's like, I don't need Cornelius to be on the same level as Dr. Dranzel, you know? Dr. Dranzel deserves a little bit more respect on his name. The infinite Dr. D. Do we need a category for probably just an Kima? You guys love the Kima. I love the Kima too. It's honestly, I would be so much more on Kima if she had been in any episodes. Like, I was ready to bring shit back when they were interacting with her in Vasselheim, and then she disappeared again. And even in the episode where I could have thrown the most suspicion on her name with the Rakshasa in Whitestone, there was honestly nothing drawing me towards her being suspicious in that. So it's like, I honestly wish I could throw more legitimate suspicion on on Kima, but I just can't. I can't justify it anymore. Let's see. I don't think Realm Seer is that. Salda is like probably an unimportant rando. Who is Tyriok? Oh, Tyriok the map maker. Yeah, he's a seemingly unimportant rando. Cyrus, yeah, same shit. Yeah. Cool. And then we have all of these that are apparent neutral. I'm debating if seemingly unimportant randos should be in apparent allies. Honestly, I think I might put these...
Take a break.
Nah. Well, actually, maybe I should. I actually think I'm going to move seemingly unimportant randos out of any of the allies, enemies, neutral, and just make it its own category. Because, like, Nala the Nymph is an ally first, but maybe not an ally first and foremost. I think first and foremost, she's a rando. That I don't really need to care about. Like this Yank boy. Or even Zanror, honestly. Like, Zanror isn't actually unimportant, but is kinda unimportant. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna go to the bathroom really quick, and then I will be right back, and we'll keep going. what up? Hello. Never forget about Jerensel. Imagine I put fucking Smokey in there. That'd be crazy. Who's Merton? Partner of Vanessa? Oh, yeah. Merton can go in randos. Honestly, Vanessa can go in randos. Fucking fight me. Same shit with Gregory Finch. Pervin. Definitely for Pervin. Definitely for Orn. Master Qual, I'm gonna stick around. I mean, Keftak. We're having a new folder for seemingly dead. Seemingly dead. And actually, that's where Pervin can go as well. Seemingly dead. Also, Orn Blackfoot. I think everyone else in here is alive. Yeah. Tyriok. Oh, no, Gregory Finch. Yeah, there we go. Also, Smokey. Seemingly dead. We're gonna put that. Then Kevdak. Kamal Jaori. Kamal Jaori. It feels weird to put Kamal in seemingly unimportant. I think I'm not going to. And then all of these feel right. Apparent enemies. Brimscythe is seemingly dead. Pervin, a skeleton we looted, seemingly dead. Look! I mean, you will notice that the way that I talk about locations is very different from the way I talk about people. All of the people are apparent allies and seemingly unimportant. Anyone could come back at any time. Look, I didn't see Pervin die. I don't know that was his skeleton. That could be a staged skeleton. That shit's there to make you think that he's dead. Imagine I put Ripley. And seemingly unimportant. Like, Ripley is not the biggest Chekhov's gun in the entire fucking series. Literally. She's... Chekhov's gun. Dude, I cannot wait until Bionic Ripley with 6 gun arms comes in. Imagine she's a fighter. She's a fighter and all of her multi-attacks are represented by a different biomechanical arm with a gun. Oh, I can't wait. I can't wait. She has 1 arm per multi-attack. Let's see. Hodis is dead. Not even seemingly, but also death is not the end. So, Jurizel. Oh, Jurizel is a seemingly unimportant rando. Yeah. Magic exists in D&D that can resurrect you centuries after you die. You can't take anything as permanent. That's what I'm saying, dude. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Oh, Delilah's seemingly dead. Yeah. And I feel like more confident about leaving her there, you know. Rhymefang also seemingly dead. Ruskel is seemingly dead. Shen. Oh, unimportant rando. Silas is dead. Sky Sunder dead. Spiraling Vicar dead. Thordak, Umbrasil, Vorgal. Wait, I have 2 separate Vorgals? Oh, I do. Okay, so get rid of that. Which one's longer? 13. Oh. Wait. Oh, they're the same. Okay. So delete that. Thordak. This one goes all the way down to like 30. This one, goes way longer. Okay. It seems like the ones out here were later. So I'll get rid of the Rayshans one as well. So basically, yeah. I mean, this is like, I actually like this organization system a lot more already because, like, yeah, apparent enemies that we still have to worry about are the Chroma Conclave and Ripley and Hodis. Those really are the main apparent enemies that we like should be concerned with. Now, that said, oh wait, this one's probably, yeah, this one's probably shorter as well, isn't it? Yeah, okay. That said, Brimscythe goes into Seemingly Dead, and Umbrasyl goes into Seemingly Dead. This is basically our kill count area, is the Seemingly Dead area. But we're going to have another one, another subfolder. Important might get rezzed. We got, I think it is worth noting who was actually an important dead person and who I think is less likely to get rezzed. Maybe even Smokey. I don't even know how that would go about it, but yeah, this feels good. This feels good. All right. Cool. And so now we have apparent neutral. Those all work. We have apparent allies. Yeah. Honestly, is it disrespectful to call Osisa seemingly unimportant? Because I kind of think she is. I don't really see it for her. Same thing with Earthbreaker Grun, actually. I think I'm going to throw that in there. Yeah, I think everything else is good, though. They have a lot of allies. Their ally to enemy ratio is surprisingly good. For all the shit about Vox Machina, they actually have a surprisingly good ally to enemy ratio. In your mind, is the likelihood of res based on world importance or meta importance? Ooh. Likelihood of res is mostly based on meta importance. Because resurrection is one of those things that, like, if you go after it based on, like, in-world importance and likelihood, like, this person isn't important to the party, but they would be important to someone, theoretically, like Pervan, honestly, and might get rezzed because of that. Like, Raven Queen... Pervan's a bad example because I don't think that Raven Queen fucks with res. Well, actually, no. She legitimately... Well, she kind of does. She can only do it during the transition, I guess. So she doesn't fuck with it after that. So Pervan's a bad example. But it's like... I don't know. A lot of these people, especially like Riskel... I will say, okay. There's a cut. Riskel Daxio alluded to his own resurrection in his death speech, which is like very culty, so it makes sense, but that raises his likelihood of res in my head. That's a world building reason. Meta-wise, I think you don't want to res people that make sense all the time, because if you get your players thinking too much about that, it becomes increasingly unlikely that, like, as long as your sect is okay with resurrection, it becomes increasingly unlikely that important figures would ever stay dead. You know? And you kind of just over the millennia, right? Because there are ways to get back people that have been dead for longer than 24 hours or whatever. It just becomes less and less likely the more you think about it that any important figure would ever actually stay permadead. Just broadly. And that can be played to your benefit as like a world builder and as a dungeon master. You can also make you can lower the magic a little bit where maybe people can attain, like generally people can attain like levels, 1 through 5, but anything above 5 becomes increasingly harder for like the average person or even average adventurer to achieve. And so those really high level resurrection magics aren't as available. But like in the world of Exandria, high level magic is so available that if you think about it for too long, it's like, man, all of the heroes of legend and all of the villains of legend, if we're being honest, kind of just should be walking around or should have like frequent like reses and fights throughout history. And that should be like a part of the inbuilt lore, is that these people are constantly getting rezzed and fighting each other. And so I feel like that is the logical thought process if you are only basing it on world importance, but I think that that's a bad line to go down in most D&D campaigns. I think that is something you kind of want your players to ignore. So when I'm thinking about it, I'm looking at a campaign, I'm assuming that they're not going down that thought process, in which case anyone that gets rezzed is more likely to do with meta importance than world building importance. Yeah. Those are my thoughts. Let's see. So Terelda. Right. All of this was in a effort to make a space for Terelda. I actually think Terelda is probably a seemingly unimportant rando, honestly. If we can be honest with each other, I think she's probably a seemingly unimportant rando. Terelda. High Warden of Singorn. Seen more of the Feywild than anyone. Has a sick hat that Garmelie. Oh man, I don't have an article. I don't have a thing for Garmelie yet. Fuck, that's gonna be one. Shit, how do I spell Garmelie? I gotta figure this out. Oh no. Garmelie is important and will come back. I know that. So he's going in apparent neutral. It's also, his name also isn't actually Garmelie. I don't remember what his name ends up being. I'll come back to it whenever I get there. Garmelie. I could just call him Garm, I guess. Garmelie, there we go. Has a sick hat that Garmelie gets the party to steal for him. All right, there we go. A soul does have to be willing to be available for res, regardless of spell level used to do that. So some adventurers may just be like, I've done my time by. True. Very true. But then you kind of just move on to the next one, you know? It depends on how old your world is. But like on the broad level of history and just the sheer amount of people that like live and exist, as you get further and further into like sapient history, just the more and more likely you find someone that is willing to be the immortal soldier. And even if you don't, you find someone that's willing to be the soldier for like 1,000 years, and then maybe they give up the helm. But by then, in that 1,000 years, you've probably found a replacement, you know, that can take up the crown for another 1,000. Which, like, and to be clear, all of this can be cool world building, but it's also something that would be like part of the cosmological mythos, and that like definitely would have gotten brought up by now. And the fact that it doesn't leads me to believe that it's kind of not the case. You can also just kind of hand wave that like no one is willing to come back because heaven is so dope. That's also a solution to this, is like heaven is just way too dope to leave. um, that is like a very easy fix for this. Is it's like the moment people get to the afterlife, they like have no desire to come back because the afterlife is way, way better. So the willing factor is a legitimate factor. I don't want to downplay it. It's just tough when you get to the grand scale of history, of how many people that you can't even find a few, Yeah, Next World definitely has that in some faction or something. Next World? Is Next World a like an IP, like a property? I've not heard of it. But yeah. It's absolutely shit that can be solved in world building. It's just one that most campaigns don't bother to solve. And I get it. I've never bothered to solve it in my campaigns. I've never addressed it. As long as your players don't start thinking about it, it's really not a problem, My Next World. Oh, gotcha. Fair enough. Yeah, that makes sense. For my world, I like Long Dead Resurrection to exist, but be a closely guarded secret that almost nobody can do. Yeah, which is like an inherently like kind of lower magic setting that I don't, or a lower magic like aspect that I don't think works for Exandria as well. But it's like I also love ritual magic in general, and I also like certain rituals being closely guarded secrets. I agree. I also like the occasional kind of fucked up non-willing resurrection spell. I think that's like an interesting moral territory to explore. A la Stormlight Archives. If you know, you know. Poor boy, our poor fella. And yeah, so I think there's tons of ways to make it interesting. It's just that most campaigns and most worlds don't bother. And I think that's okay. I don't think they necessarily need to bother. Now you give a bunch of great world building hooks. Well, thank you. Hey, I try. I think that's something I realized from like reading a lot of fiction is you can look at something. You can look at anything that is even slightly like up for debate or could be done in a different way. And if you choose a really specific direction for it, it can fall out into so many other world building decisions. It's like, okay, well, I'm going to choose this hyper specific way to handle Long Dead Resurrection. Okay, because I have chosen that kind of implies this other stuff, which could imply this other faction, which could imply these conflicts. And you can really go down the rabbit hole off of like one decision. I always think about I've thought about this ever since I read Mistborn. Like I was very vaguely aware of it, but like I never really put it into words. But definitely after Mistborn has like a single decision that almost falls out its entire world building premise. Which is, I mean, it's not even really it's kind of a spoiler. I don't want to approach it too far, but it has like one very specific aspect of its world building that like Brando clearly decided ahead of time. And then it fell out all of the other cool aesthetic shit about that setting was all falls out from like one choice. So I've tried to think about that a lot in my world building of like, I can make like one interesting decision and have so much fallout from that. Like, I think I've talked about like the Hammerfell zone before, but in my like custom world that I like tinker with on occasion, there's like an area where a divine weapon, like one of the weapons of the gods, similar to like Zeus's lightning bolt, it's a big hammer, and the god died, and he had transferred a portion of his conscious, like a portion of his self, into his weapon so that it could legitimately manifest. And so when he died, his hammer fell to the material plane and created a like Yucatan crater sort of deal that emits magical radiation and has basically turned that segment of the continent into like a Monster Hunter type campaign, or into like a Monster Hunter type tone, where there's these giant magically mutated megafauna, and there's an entire like society of nations that have banded together to contain the magical radiation and the way that they interact with the outside world, or not the outside world, but like civs that don't border this magical radiation is like very specific. And then that fell out, like, because I had these magical monsters, I wanted to lean more into the components of them and like how the monster hunters get like essentially paid for their services by trading out these very like magically infused materials. And so, yeah, it just, everything, yeah, you can just derive so much from a singular choice. Like, I had my Pantheon built out, and I had this guy with the hammer, and the single decision that I made was, oh, it would be kind of cool if when he died, his hammer, like, fell to Earth. You know, fell to the material plane. That was it. That was the first decision. And then I was like, oh, well, I mean, it's a godly hammer. It'll probably make a crater. And then, you know, it's like radiating his. I was thinking like very like Thor 1 when they like build the entire facility around Mjolnir. Very like that aesthetic, that coded. So yeah, I don't know. Thinking through your stuff, you can get to a lot of places that you might not think of. Yeah. Blah, 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 blah. Of the bloodline of Ginlara. Of the bloodline of Ginlara. And Ginlara is a seemingly unimportant rando, but founded Singorn. She's the sort of person that I'm sure is important in like Exu or something. That feels like an extended universe hook for another series. If Long Dead Res was just like senior projects at Wizard School, then every charismatic dictator would be a permanent presence. Yeah, precisely. And I wouldn't assume that it's like senior projects at Wizard School, but like the way that it is presented in a lot of cases is like more of a material challenge, like building a big bridge or building a skyscraper. You know, most of the time that I've seen it, it is like we need the raw materials, not necessarily the knowledge. And yeah. when the actual literal knowledge is not scarce, or the materials to do so are not incredibly scarce, then yeah, exactly, Daniel. Every charismatic dictator is going to be around forever. And you can do that in sort of a reincarnation forever battle. And that could be like an interesting world hook, is like basically every fucking 100 years, inevitably one of these guys gets resurrected and starts fucking shit up and like trying to pick up where they left off. And then a counter one gets resurrected. And like, it could be this eternal chain where the dictators at this point are kind of done with it and are kind of like apathetic to the whole situation because they know it'll never end. Very, Good Omens, as Asriel? is Asriel from Good Omens, or is that from A Court of Thorns and Roses? And I was just listening to Paige talk about that yesterday. Azazel, or is Azazel from Good Omens? What are the Good Omens, guys? Good Omens main characters. Aziraphale. That's right. And Crowley. But yeah, you could have it be like an Aziraphale and Crowley situation where it's like they are eternal enemies, but like at a certain point, the war is so eternal that you stop taking it seriously. That could be a super fun world building conceit. And like the entire quest line is just breaking the chain, not necessarily supporting either side. And both sides, like both of the dictators actually kind of secretly support the party, but like can't publicly do so. Otherwise their followers will like send them to the bad place. It's sort of a like a puppet king sort of situation where they keep getting brought back to do their job eternally. They can never escape. And so they want to escape, but if they do, their fucking followers will fucking, you know? That could be fun. It's actually a bit more interesting. Could look at how real world treats nuclear materials if the materials are rare enough. Yeah. I love rare material components. I've talked about it with crafting magic items. I love for my party to be able to craft magic items. And I also think that like not scavenging, but like getting materials from monsters is really cool. But I find the like generalized way of you can get materials from everything and it's always useful, I find that lame and like uninteresting. I like for it to be like you need a very witch coded, you know, of like I need components to be able to create this specific effect, and the components are incredibly specific. And like a lot of them are really hard to find, or just naturally very scarce. Yeah. A war so eternal it isn't taken seriously is a strong vibe. Yeah. Not what I'm personally interested in, but sounds really dope for the right players, GM. Yeah, absolutely. I agree. I mean, it's very there's a reason I thought of Good Omens, because that is kind of the entire. It's the comedic conceit of Good Omens, where Aziraphale and Crowley are in this eternal war that they've been fighting since the literal dawn of creation. And at this point, they're just kind of buds. Because they're the main two dudes on Earth, and they only see each other the vast majority of the time. And so they like meet up to have coffee in between like fucking with each other for the eternal damnation or salvation of the universe, you know? They meet up to play cards because who else are they going to play cards with, you know? Oh, yeah. It's a very strong vibe. It also reminds me of it's a little bit different. It's a little bit different, but the Doctor Who episode, Doctor Who Forever War. No. The Eternal Battle. I think it's the Eternal. No, not the Time War. Doctor Who, Clone War. The Doctor's daughter. Yeah. No, not the Time War. Not the Time War. Specifically not the Time War. Here, I'll show you. Yeah. Yeah, Doctor's daughter. Yes. For the uninitiated, I mean, spoiler for an old ass episode. I don't even know when 2008. Get over it. But they they emerge from the TARDIS, and basically there is a war very similar to the Star Wars Clone Wars that is being fought, where both sides are using clones in this war. And it is in this underground facility where they have like no knowledge of the outside world, and their shit, like their technology's all fucked up. And it turns out that they think that they've been fighting this war for like hundreds of years. And it turns out that they have actually been fighting it for like 30 minutes. But every time they're cloning people every like 3 minutes. So like dozens of generations have passed. And since we're humans, we assume that a generation is longer than a few fucking minutes. And so they actually, oh yeah, the ship landed only 7 days ago. The humans in Hath have bred so many generations through progenation machines that their own history has degraded into myth. Yeah. So that is also, I think, it's a similar vibe to what we're talking about like this eternal war. But it is a very interesting, I think, concept to play with of like what happens when there has been a conflict for so long that the entire premise of said conflict is kind of forgotten, you know? Fun fact, if you didn't know, the Aegis who plays the Doctor's daughter is the actual daughter of one Doctor and now the wife of another. Really? In fact, the wife of the guy who played her father. Whoa. That's crazy. I did not know that. That's wild. Actress. Oh, yeah. Oh, that makes way more sense instead of Aegis. But yeah, both of those, I think, have like the similar vibes of this, like, or the similar conceit of the Forever War, but they take it in two very different directions. Yeah. Of like Good Omens versus Doctor's Daughter. Yeah. Okay. She's currently the de facto leader, though in terms of public, she has the final decision maker on most of Singorn's political and social endeavors. It is interesting that they call her the de facto leader, implying that there is a de jure leader that is not her. Kind of interesting. David Tennant's wife is the daughter of his favorite Doctor. It's great. That is cool. That's fun. Who is this directed by? Oh, yeah. Huh. Yeah, crazy. Let's see. Semi-confirmed that Voxley thinks Krieg was part of the Krobo Conclave. Yeah. Vex is now a titled lady. Oh, right. Okay, let's see. Gotta pull it up. Gotta make note. Gotta remember that this is a Vox Machina stream, as always. Let's see, Vex. Last name, Vasar. Now a titled lady of Whitestone. Baroness. Also, still don't know what the Grey Hunt is. Percy has still refused to elaborate. Interestingly enough. Why is it? Okay, it's acting weird, but hopefully it'll stop doing that. Oh, well, okay, well. I'm just going to do that. First House of Whitestone, the Grand Mistress of the Grey Hunt. Interesting. The Grey Hunt seems to be a thing. Percy has mentioned it as something he needs to explain to Vex but has neglected to do so. So I'm going to make an article for it, even though I have literally no idea what it is. I'm implying that it is either an event or a faction. Like it is a like sub faction of Whitestone politics that hunt like werewolves would be my implication. Mostly because I'm thinking of what's Hircine's faction in Skyrim? Skyrim Hircine faction. It's like the Wild Hunt, I believe. Hunters of Hircine. No, I'm thinking. Oh no. Yeah. He can call upon the Wild Hunt. Yeah, I'm thinking of Wild Hunt, which Wild Hunt is not only a thing from Elder Scrolls. It's also in like The Witcher. It might also just be like a real world myth. I'm honestly not sure. But yeah, the Grey Hunt reminds me of the Wild Hunt, so it makes me think werewolf. It could also be an event, like a festival of some kind. Unclear.
I'm pretty sure the Wild Hunt is a real world legend.
The Wild Hunt is a real world legend?
It's in Teen Wolf as well.
Oh, it's also in Teen Wolf? Okay, so the Wild Hunt seems to be more of like a real world thing. So the Grey Hunt really reminds me of that, yeah. It's been a while since you organized. I know. Once it passes a certain point, it gets scary. It gets intimidating. So I haven't done it in a little while. But I needed to. I needed to just get it in there, get it done. So that's what we're doing now. Let's see. All right, Percy. Okay, cool. Yeah. Okay. I don't remember the actual lore, but just going on meaning of words, does de facto only there is a de jure around? Could it not be in between official leaders? Could be. I mean, de facto just means, I think de facto means unofficial. Unofficial leader that everyone does look to. So it's like de facto. Let's see. In fact or in effect, whether by right or not. Denoting someone or something that is such in fact. So I guess it doesn't necessarily imply de jure. I think most of the time that it is invoked, there's an implication of a de jure commander, but not necessarily, it seems. It doesn't necessarily mean that. Yeah, whereas de jure is according to rightful entitlement by claim or right, denoting something or someone that is rightfully such. The reason that I normally imply there is a de jure is because it could also mean that there is no leader. Like, there is not supposed to be a leader, so I could also very much see this being a thing where there's like a council. Like, there's not supposed to be a singular leader, but she is the de facto leader. It's basically, I always imply when I hear de facto that someone else or no one should be the leader. It means there's either another person that should be the leader or that there should be no leader. If I hear de facto. That's not exactly what it means, but that is the implication that it rides with to me. But that is very much like a personal interpretation of it. God, I am so itchy on my left side for some reason. I think it's this fucking shirt. I might have to go change. It's like really bugging the shit out of me. Garmealy. Garb the meal dog. All right, let's see. All right, was following Vox Machina in the Feywild when they were on their way to Singorn. Traded guide duty for Vox stealing A shard of a threshold crest. And High Warden Tyrelda's hat, which is so. I thought it to myself again. Fucking awesome quest objective. That's so fucking funny. I think I've made it clear at this point. I really like in fiction humor. I like things that are funny in fiction that I don't have to suspend any amount of disbelief for. And that are just normal funny. And that is very normal funny. And can totally and can and did exist in a non-absurd manner within the fiction. I love it. It's so funny. Yeah, paraphrase, it was there are official duties that go with the Grey Hunt. I'll explain later. Yeah. Gotta love being forced into a job you don't understand. Yup. My initial thought was like acting leader while the official leader was sick or missing or something, but that's pure gut reaction. Acting leader, I would normally describe as interim or acting, because I think that does imply an amount of, but like de jure to me means the person that is given power in a populist manner, whether or not the laws back that up. But yeah, I think there's a lot. It's used in a lot of different rhetorical contexts, so I think it's very fair for it to like carry different meanings to different people. Yeah. Part of the threshold crest, wording on that is very important. Yes. A shard of a threshold crest. Yeah. The quest was objectively silly, but it came from a silly person we don't expect to explain themselves, so it works. Yeah, absolutely. It's one of the strengths of the Feywild. It can also be a weakness by the same token. But it is, I think it's a funny thing that you can link that sort of stuff into even like non-Feywild things of like, you can also turn that to be like a very selfish trait. You can turn it into a very aestheticist trait of like their value system is just fucked up. Cause like, what's the difference between a cool hat and a cool painting, right? But we have very serious art heists all the time because art has subjective value, large subjective value to certain people. So this is like a microcosm where it's like that cool hat it's funny because it's paired with something with like objective value, and the hat is just a strong subjective piece. But you can play with that even with more serious people where they really value something that the party does not. That is maybe a little silly, but is still reasonable because people will steal and lie and cheat and murder for those silly little subjective value things. Yeah. Oh right. This could still be right. I honestly don't think it is. I'll throw it into a theory. I'll throw it into a theory because why not? I don't actually think it's right. Yeah, I'll put it in unlikely. Unlikely. The mirror party. The mirror party. Do. So Sildor. Oh, Sildor is not yet created. Oh, Sildor Visara. There we go. Is Vex. Tiberius. Do I not have an article for Tibbs? That's crazy. I don't. Damn. We got pretty far without needing one. Tiberius Stormwind. Former member of Vox Machina, now deceased. Died defending Draconia. We also don't have an article for Draconia. Damn. Died defending Draconia from Vorugal. The disrespect on his name. And you know what? I don't care that much. Did I spell Tiberius right? Is the only thing. Tiberius. No, I did not. Tiber. Yes. Tiberius. Well, I guess I should look up Tiberius Stormwind. Tiberius. Okay, yeah. Okay, cool. Ooh, is an explicit theory category new? Was I just paying that little attention? I'll be real, I think you were paying that little of attention. There's been theory categories for a little bit. But hey, I think that is fair to not pay that much attention. This is light entertainment. Let's see. Drake Thunderbrand. Seeker Assume. Grog's dad, who we probably have a name for at this point, but I don't know what it is. Kevdak. Yeah, I don't see Grog's dad's name. I also don't think he needs his own article. Unfortunately, their Tibbs on-screen is mostly focused on one-upping the other characters in their own game. A little bit, yeah. Unfortunately, not a lot of lore building, which sucks because he actually seems like he had a solid bit of lore, you know, that could have worked in, you know. But what are you gonna do? Kima. No. I have an article for Kima. Right? There's no article for Kima. The disrespect continues. Friend and potentially former lover of Allura. Saved by Vox Machina in the Underdark. Helped Vox kill. Oh, what the asshole was his name? What was his name? What was the underground? What was the beholder's name? Fuck. Search Lady Kima. Lady Kima might be it. Lady. No Kima. I mean, let's see. It would be an apparent allies. No, I have a Lure Visoran. Maybe I put her under apparent enemy, apparent neutral. I wouldn't have put her under apparent enemies. Even, I mean, I can look there, but yeah, no Kima. I mean, I started taking notes. Actually, like, I know it feels like I've been taking notes for a while. I feel like that. But it's actually kind of surprising how recently the notes started. And I think that is a good example of why, like, you know, I fully encourage the jokes of the Kiva jokes, but she really just hasn't been important for so long that it's hard. It's hard. There was lore there that we mostly get after death. True. Where'd you put all of your theories about her various identities? They all just lived in my brain. Kavarn, that's right, Kavarn. Surely I had Kavarn. I don't have Kavarn. Man, yeah, because that would have been in an NPC or maybe deities, maybe, but that deities wouldn't have even made sense. Shit. All right, we are gonna have some organizing to do, ladies and gentle fiends. Let's see. Let's shrink all these. So Kavarn needs to go in NPCs. Kima, same place. Grey Hunt. I don't know what it is yet, so I'm gonna leave it out there. Locations, Draconia. And then Draconia goes into regions. Kymel is a city. Silvercut, I think, is a region. Yeah. Silvercut's a region. Kavarn, seemingly dead. Kima, apparent ally. Yeah. Crazy. Crazy. Enemy or main enemy from the Underdark arc. Threatening Craghammer. Bore the... Do I have Horn of Orcus? I kind of doubt it. Horn of Orcus. Yeah, I don't. Magic item infused with necromantic power. Currently locked up in Vasselheim. And has a twin somewhere out in the world still. Crazy how far we've come. Time traveling Matt being able to steal from BG3 saw all of your Kima theories and decided to downplay her. Yup. It's so true. Crazy. Imagine I don't have a Pike article. That would be fucking crazy disrespect if I didn't have a Pike article. Percy. I think Allura, I have her full name. Allura Vysorin. And Delilah. Yeah, I think I started taking notes right around Tibbs's departure. I think it was like very briefly afterwards, because the Briarwood arc is where the lore really picked up. Like, it majorly picked up in the Briarwood arc. And so I actually started like needing notes to keep track of everything. Let's see. Thordek. The Arcana Panasophical, which I do know I have. Arcana Panasophical. Yeah. So there's a little mini theory for you there. A little mini theory. Not anything crazy, but Bog lore. Landmarks. They're actually not landmarks, regions. Locations, regions. Do I have Shade Merc in here? I don't have one for the Shade Merc. Really? Shade Merc. I don't. Interesting. That one makes a little bit more sense to me. We're gonna have some sub-regions on here. We're gonna go planes as its own category. Planes of existence. So it's like the Abyss, Elemental Plane of Air, Elemental Plane of Fire, the Feywild. Yeah. Is Viscan? Oh, it's an island. Okay. And then we're also going to have land masses, which includes continents. Because then we can have Draconia, I think Isilra? Or is Isilra under Othanzia? Isilra contains Othanzia. So Isilra goes into land masses, Othanzia does not. Taldore, the Underdark, the Verdant Expanse, and Viscan. There we go. And I am going to clarify Taldore continent, because there's also the Taldore, like, government. Fucking Matt. And I can't even get too mad at him because it's not unprecedented in real history. So I can't get too mad at Matt. I can only get mad at humans for doing this bullshit. Oy, oy, oy. That's fair. The Briarwood arc is basically the earliest lore I actively remember because the earliest stuff was kind of meh lore-wise. Yeah, I mean, I think it was just a lot less effort was put into it. Or not less effort, but it was more, I think, less precision and less care because he was just doing it for his friends, you know? Once it became like an on-stream thing, you know? The EU is almost just the continent name. Yeah, true, exactly. Well, and like, I think for a while, it was the British Empire, but it's also like, for a while, it was like England, right? And England was also the name. I don't know. Anyways.
Take a break.
Take a break. I will take a break. I'm going to get some water and check in with Paige, and then I will be right back. See ya. Gotta have some music on. I didn't realize it was off the entire time. All right. Oh, wait. Why is Marquette? Oh, no, Marquette's appropriate. Yeah. Oh, for cities, we need Ankara. Oh, we do have Ankara. On Marquette. Ruled by Jamon Saort. Perfect. All right. All right, Boglore, 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 Boglore. Trademark. All right. It was on. Oh, it was? Weird. I forgot about it then, I guess. Or maybe I just couldn't hear it. I do have two separate channels for what y'all can hear, what I can hear. Because sometimes it makes sense to have that. But it might not. Might not have. Arroz con pollo means corn with chicken. Corn with chicken sounds good right now. I'll tell you that. I could go for some arroz con pollo. That'd be good. Pollo. Pollo, not polo. Pollo. And I am a gringo. Let's see. Boglore, Boglore, Boglore. There was an archfey whose name I definitely remember. Obviously. And his name was... I'll come back when I get there. I know I wrote it down. It's just in a future note. Actually, this is maybe a good idea. I should go backwards. That's kind of a good idea because if I go backwards, I'll have all of the most current stuff. Like this, like, what the fuck's his name? Because I still can't remember it, but I know that it's in, like, one of the most recent articles. Or it's in a more recent article than this. I should go backwards, yeah. Let's see. So we're gonna unpin this one and come back to it later. Okay, Jamon's title is Emperor. Right. Right. NPCs, apparent enemies. No. Apparent neutral. Jamon Saord. Ruler in the continent of Marquette. Non-binary. Title is Emperor of of Ankarel at least. Which does imply, again, Emperor implies underlying kings, to me implying that Jamon rules all of Marquette. That's the big implication I'm drawing from that. Could be correct, but I'm not sure. All right. And we have lots of possible locations here. We should also do... Oh, wait, I have landmarks for this sort of thing. Okay. We have a new one called buildings. We call buildings. Marigold Lock, not a building. Whitestone Keep's a building. All right. And within that, we're for landmarks. I think within cities, we're also going to have districts. Yeah, I think districts makes sense. Is there anything in here that would come under that? No, okay. So then for districts, we're going to have the sand cut. Oh, whoops. We need to pin this. Then within districts, we have the sand cut bazaar. Does bazaar have one? No, it is one Z. That's why it's so bizarre. Dude, one of my favorite places, I gotta really quick Google this to check where it is to make sure I'm not like doxing anyone. So I was about to talk about one of my favorite places in Kansas, but I don't want to... Okay, yeah, that's out in the literal middle of nowhere because it's on the way between Kansas City and Wichita. One of my favorite places in Kansas that I used to drive past constantly, because I used to drive between Kansas City and Wichita a lot growing up. And one of my favorite places that I look for every single time is the Bazaar Cattle Pens. And the Bazaar Cattle Pens contain the Bazaar Cattle Crossing. I can't tell you why this is one of my favorite areas, but it is literally just this little overpass that goes over the turnpike. And it has a little, it says a picnic area. It is more like a patch of dirt that the cows walk through. I have no idea why it's called a picnic area. And it has it on the bridge. On the bridge, it's just like Bazaar Cattle Crossing. And it continues to be my favorite because it's not how you spell bizarre as in strange, but that almost feels more strange to me. So Bazaar Cattle Crossing, take a picture of it if you ever go there. Take a picture and post it in the Discord. I love it. I have several pictures of me at Bazaar Cattle Crossing. Let's see. All right. You would find the Debt's Respite. Debt's Respite. The Shade. Okay. Is it playing the same song over and over? It is. I just realized that. We got to get another one in here. I did not realize it was playing the same song over and over. Let's see. Oh, I need one for Cerulean Palace. Definitely need one for Cerulean Palace. Cerulean Palace in Ank'Harel. Scarlet Prison, also in Ank'Harel. Oh, I need what are we doing today on here? That's not what we're doing today. I just realized that I should have this on in case people come in, you know? Organizing our notes about Critical Role Campaign 1 Vox Machina. Vox Machina notes are from episode 65 and before. Haven't seen past that. Actually, maybe we'll put that towards the top. I don't really know where to put that. Maybe down here. Yeah, that seems okay. All right. Yeah, we're just gonna make this its own event, and we're gonna distinguish events into major, minor, super minor. Yeah. Fortune. Yeah, because this is gonna be fortune teller in Anki. The party had their fortune told in the Sandcut Bazaar in Ank'Harel. There we go. This members only, right? Chance of someone being that ignorant of your biggest series is probably small. It doesn't hurt to have though. Yeah, I mean, that's true. yeah, because it is members only. It's more like I always get nervous about not actively talking and just like going silent, that people will come in and not know what's going on. But that's also fair. Doesn't hurt to have, though. Doesn't hurt to have, yeah. It is a good point, though. I kind of didn't think about the fact that it was members only. Let's see. All right. Okay. Yeah, so we definitely need to organize this. Okay. We move towards a conflict. What should we know? What should we prepare for? A chasm cracking in the earth, a singular sunken skull. The path is to change historic, but many will fall as the transition is to take. Take your time wisely, for the hourglass runs quickly. I don't know that I should I should focus too much on these. They seem relatively. They honestly all seem relatively straightforward. Honestly, kind of surprisingly straightforward for improv. Like, I think you did a good job of like creating things that sound very poetic, but like on further inspection are actually kind of direct. That's hard to do. Okay, I think, some organization within the factions. We're going to have similar ones that we have for NPCs. Apparent, allies, apparent, neutral. Is that how you spell neutral? No. Neutral. Ah, no. Apparent enemies. Apparent neutral, Arcana Panisophical, Chroma Conclave are enemies. Droll family allies, Dr. D's troop allies, House Briarwood enemies, Pyra allies. Well, I think the Pyra are actually probably more neutral, honestly. Rivermon neutral, Taldore army, probably allies. It's harder with big factions. Clasp are definitely neutral. Cult of Vecna enemies, Herd of Storms, apparent allies. Slayer's Take, apparent allies. Western refugees, I would say apparent neutral. Zephra, definitely allies. People in the spoilers channel were rediscussing the newbie chat person talks about an upcoming thing. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's it's a talk about a forever war. Because there's also like there's a discrepancy in like what people consider spoilers or not. Like I remember in a recent stream there was someone who was literally like, "Oh, the thing I said wasn't a spoiler," and like I understand in certain circles it certainly wasn't, and they don't have enough context to know what is a spoiler or not with me. Because there are certain things that are like, that I think a lot of people would consider spoilers that I don't. And then other things that are seemingly unimportant. Like, I think the really consistent one that I really empathize with is like watching Legend of Vox Machina. Like, I think that people who hang around long enough realize why I can't. With how much I'm like looking at like what is, you know, what is there, what is not there. You know, it's like it's hard to communicate that vibe quickly. And I think that like it's just kind of a forever problem that I don't really think can be solved. Which is why, you know, I try not to be too harsh on people because I get it. And the longer that anyone stays around, the more they get it. I think it is literally just like an experience thing where you just have to hang around and chat for long enough to understand the vibe of like what is a spoiler and what is not. But there's little we can really do about that too much. Yeah, I mean, the only thing that I could do is turn chat into like sub only or member only, but I don't want to do that. Yeah, it's just one of the things about it being live streamed that is just kind of a forever issue. Honestly, most of the times that spoilers come up are during theorizing sessions, which is part of the reason that I like having these be members only. I even thought about making them like public viewing, but turning the chat onto members only. But I kind of like it the entire live being members only, and then having the public VOD afterward. Yeah. I've even done that. Mine was far enough ago. I don't think that's what you're referencing. Yeah. Well, I almost never reference things like that if it hasn't happened multiple times from multiple different sources. Like anytime I reference like chat doing something or like, oh yeah, like even if I'm referring to a specific instance, I probably will never bring it up because I don't want to like shame someone if a ton of other people haven't also done it. It's just a thing that happens, yeah. But I'm proof that even a conscious and well-meaning person can mess up. Yeah, absolutely. That's why I include the stream date to help demark that. Yeah. Like, I think we kind of do everything we can. I could be better about, like, pinning the no spoilers. But I also, like, recently, the spoilers or the spoiler-adjacent things that have been posted, the people posting them did not think they were spoilers. I think even having read the article, like, I assumed that they read it. Maybe that's too good faith, but I think even if they read it, they could have still reasonably posted those. And there's just, yeah, it's just like vibes that you gotta get through, yeah. The pull to correct you is stronger on theory streams for sure. Yeah, exactly. And that's where it gets a lot. That's where I think the most impactful and potentially problem spoilers can occur is when someone is correcting me on a theory. And so I like having these segmented off. And it kind of gives it means that I don't have to like burden myself down with like organizing them during an actual CR stream. Like we can just watch the stream. I can, you know, vomit everything into a doc and then, you know, we come in here and organize. I need to do these more often. Because I don't want to have another huge mountain of shit to get through like I do right now. But for a while, I was just, you know, even keeping up with Critical Role was a challenge, like keeping up the pace for a while. And then once it got to not be as much of a burden, even at that point, then it was so big that I was intimidated by it for so long. But I'm now we're here. Now we're here and we're getting through it. Mercs, rough and tumble. This one's a little creepy. I think I'm gonna skip this one. Oh, wait, what? Oh, shit balls. I think these are all older. Yeah, these are all older. Delete. There we go. There was one from a while ago that also did that shit. That went to like items / blah 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 blah. What was it? What would it have been? Oh, Fenthros. It was definitely the Shade Merc. Locations, regions, Shade Merc. Yep. Fenthros. There we go. I should have caught it when it went weird on that, yeah. Ostensibly member of Scar Bearers. What's this music genre called? 8-bit? 16-bit? I think 8-bit. Yeah. It's like a subgenre of electronic. I would call it 8-bit, but I don't know too much about music. So my default would be calling it 8-bit, but it might be something that I don't know. All right, we've gotten there. Let's talk Jamon. Jamon Saud. All right, I'm just going to make an entire section that is just intro description. And I think I'm going to take it like nearly unedited. Because the description is so like hyper characterized. I'm just gonna like edit it down to be more readable, but I don't even think I'm gonna like. I'm gonna take like almost nothing out of it. Okay. Wearing no jewelry, atop this throne, you see a slender intro description from Matt. Slender human-like entity wearing no jewelry, no ceremonial adornments, no crown, just a simple brown cotton shirt and over simple elegant pants, bare feet, no shoes. That's all the style. Androgynous and beautiful. Also, is androgynous an okay word? Androgyne. Is androgynous okay? Some people okay. I was curious because I'm looking through all this and I've thought of androgynous as derogatory, but it seems like it is debatable if it is derogatory or not, and is mostly context dependent. From a quick Google, at least. I think it's okay. Yeah. At the very least, it seems debatable and mostly based on if the person thinks it's in good faith. You know? Which I always assume, especially like having seen a lot of like Critical Role's like public facing stuff, I assume that all of that sort of stuff would be in good faith. So, okay, so I will keep that. Sex of the creature, not man or elf, not fae, but something somewhat alien. A deep reddish brown, smooth and impeccable. The features are extremely fine and delicate. The eyes are what catch you. Black like night, but the pupils, burning points of molten metal. The entity smiles and stands off the throne, now at its height, standing almost as tall as Grogby. The limbs are elongated, extends a hand towards you as you step into the chamber. This almost sounds like, where are the fire dwarves? Plane of fire. Yeah, the Azer. This is almost like it's not right. It's definitely not right. But it's almost giving this with the eyes, right? Natives of the Plane of Fire, Azers are master crafters, expert miners, and sworn foes of the Ifrit. What do the Ifrit look like? They're like fire genies, right? Wait a minute! Exqueeza, please? Wait. Blacklight night, but the pupils are very pleasant. Deep set reddish brown. No way that I just stumble into that. Very tall, reaching heights of 12 feet, weighing well muscled, red or black skin was always burned their toes. Their bodies were supposedly composed of basalt, bronze, and solidified fire. Jamon could be a genie? That could work. Like, I'm not, you know, it doesn't quite look right. But Jamon could be a djinn. Could absolutely be a djinn. Cause one of the other vestiges is in the city of Brass, right? I honestly wouldn't have thought of the Azer if I didn't know, or the Azer, if I didn't already know that one of the other, is it the Spire of Conflux is in the city of Brass? No, this is one in the Abyss. Whisper? No, that's the Far Realm. Dawn Martyr? Yeah. Protector of the Chosen Palor. Trophy won by a fire giant in a card game from a Sutan bloodline that once donned it. Sutan. Should I know Sutan? Is that just like is that a D&D thing? Are Sutan D&D things? Sutan D&D. Daedric Sutan. No. Sultan. Gingini Sultan. No, that's just all. I don't know. It didn't seem to like pull up any actual like D&D wikis. Azer being a fire outwardly manifests in their head. See if there's anything else in the Azer, because the Afridi. I wonder if I can look up Afridi on here. Afridi. I mean, they could obviously always be different. That's always the thing that we always know. CR11. I would assume that if Jamon is an Afridi, they are much more powerful than standard, I would assume. Right? Feels like the word queer in a lot of ways. It can be used in a derogatory way, but it's very context sensitive. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I tend to assume androgynous is in good faith because most bigots don't have that good of a vocabulary in my mind. It touches on like old, in my head, and again, my own bias as well. It touches on bad medical science, like old like bigoted scientific terms, kind of like the R word, where it's like now the R word is, you know, a little bit more it like took on its own meaning outside of a scientific context as well, and now it's like a little bit more, it has like a specific medical term, and yeah, I don't know. So it's yeah. I think it could be that similar to that, but I think it's very much, I agree, kind of my own bias. Okay. A trophy won by a fire giant in a card game. So going back to Jamon. If the Afridi dies, it's by distinguished. So how is Jamon's hair described? No hair description, and it seems like Afridi hulking genies. It seems like Afridi are, I mean, Jamon could always be like a very specific, like they are subverting some things in a very specific way. Planar Raiders. Afridi military outposts, arming minions on material plane. Afridi dwell in fire regions such as volcanoes, burning expanses of the world's deserts. The other desert region in a conflict with their jinn that ride the desert whirlwinds and with the earthbound Tao. Oh. Ifrit utterly despise Marids, with whom they have maintained a passionate conflict throughout the history of both races. Are considered races. Ifrit view all creatures as enemies or potential serfs. They raid the material plane and elemental bringing out counterns. They are oppressive tyrants towards those they force to labor for them. Man, this kind of feels like it. Fine silk caftans and damask robes drape their magma red or coal black skin, and they bedeck themselves in brass and gold torques, chains, and rings, all glittering with jewels. Which is interesting. That sounds more like the other person that was described, the Grand Maven, sounded a lot like that. Is there like a big daddy Ifriti that Jamon could be? I'm going to pull up monsters, and I'm going to pull up elemental monsters. Let's see. And this is all with the assumption that Matt could obviously change any of that, which is why I'm not ruling out Afridi just at base, because even though Afridi, you know, big, hulking, whatever, Matt could obviously change that. So we're going to go elemental filter. The fuck do you mean? There's no elemental? Partnered content? I guess don't filter? What? I'm so confused. Okay, I guess no partnered content. So not a subtype, maybe? Maybe it's just a monster. Maybe it's just the direct type? Where's the direct type? Challenge rating, size, environment. Oh, it's up here. Okay. All right, I'm a smart cookie. Don't worry about me. Let's see. All right. Cradle of the Storm. I don't think it would be giant related. Elder Tempest. No. You know what? Wait. Before I do anything, sources. Monster Manual. I do not want to see, like, Jamonsa Ord in the list. So we're going to filter by Monster Manual because... Although I don't even... Oh, yeah, but it doesn't matter. I don't own any of the CR books, but it'll still come up in these fucking lists, even if I don't. So let's filter. Okay. So the Afridi are... The genies are the most powerful elementals. What does a Dao look like? Oh, wait. Wait. Dao. God damn it, crypto ruins everything. Dao D&D. Okay. That... ooh, maybe. A genie from the elemental plane of Earth. Great Khan of the Dao. Dao in their natural form were large, apparently muscular humanoids, some 8 to 11. They always wore jewelry. They could shape change, preferring to disguise themselves as humans or dwarves. Interesting. Society. The elemental plane of Earth. I was wanting more about their appearance. I mean, Jamon could also just be a straight up genie of unspecified type. Like could be a John. Oh, genies set them genies apart from the rest of genie kind, who they viewed with varying degrees of antipathy. Distant relatives of the jinn. These genies were elemental spirits of cold and ice. Huh. I'm going to do a vague theory. Based on these descriptions, I think it's possible that Jamon is some manner of genie. Possibly Jinn or Dao. Or sorry, not Jinn, Ifrit. Possibly Ifrit or Dao. Neither one. The thing is that neither one, the Ifrit. I mean, I guess the Dao have limited shape changing. The Ifrit sound more reasonable at base, but the Dao have shape shifting, which could explain the... I need to set my focus. Which could explain the obscured features that we first learned about with Jamon. I need a little bit more time on the Ducker. It needs to take its time getting back in more. The release needs to be a little bit stronger. There we go. Are we still in? I don't show any drop frames. But my my actual like on live chat disconnected for a second. Hopefully we're still good. I think we are. Yeah, because I don't actually see any drop frames on Discord. The elongated arms are still standing out to me, which doesn't seem to be a at least notable feature of any of the genie races. Elongated arms, I do think, are actually a feature of giants. Source category, source, monster manual. Testing chat. My stream is fine. Okay, cool. We're good. We're good. Okay. Yeah, I don't know why. It was only on the actual like live stream monitoring interface. My OBS was fine, so I figured that things were fine, but okay, good to know. Fire giants are huge sized though. They couldn't be a fire giant. Celestial, maybe? Oh, fuck. Oh, wait, I went to all monsters. No. Celestial? I also lost out of General Mayan, but it refreshed. Weird. That is weird. Okay, I'm going to take a break right after I just take a quick look at the Celestials. Empyrean, a solar, large could work as well. Angelic weapons, divine awareness, detect good and evil, blade barrier, dispel, commune, control weather, invisibility, self only. Solar has advantage. Teleport, searing burst, blinding gaze. Solar. Solar is a godlike in its glory and power on the battlefield. It slays. It might even make the demon. It said that only 24 solars exist. What? Alright, fair enough. Their arms don't look particularly elongated, and I'm assuming that we would see the wings, but maybe not. A Planetar, a Deva, Quaddle. No. Yeah, none of these really fit either. And Matt said very explicitly, not Fae. Like hyper specifically not Fae. I'm gonna check Fiend. But I frankly kind of doubt it. Marilith is a demon. No. Yeah, I'm gonna think about it, but I think it's probably, if I had to guess, it's some manner of not monstrous race necessarily, but it's gonna be something like a genie. Genie seems the most promising, but the elongated limbs are still weirding me out. I don't know what's going on there. But genie feels the most right, like aesthetic and aesthetic wise and like tonally, I think feels right. Yeah, I'm gonna take a break. I gotta go pee. I'll be back in a sec. All right. Okay. Yeah, I think at least, at base, I'm gonna go with a genie because also the genie have the aspect of like inherent spell casting, which like this and even the elongated arms could all be kind of linked into the inherent spell casting. And so because genies have inherent spell casting, they are a much more flexible option for Matt that could make kind of what we're seeing here. I'm going to go with Freet for now. I'm going to go a powerful Efreet. Especially because Efreet are also supposed to be tall. And Matt says specifically, standing at its height, seeing it standing almost as tall as Grog. Yeah, we're going to Freet for now. We'll see how that pans out. Because I don't know. Honestly, I just don't know enough other like monsters that this could be, and I do think at this point that it is some manner of the Dramon is some manner of like traditional like monster, quote big air quotes. But we'll see. She could also be. I am also thinking, in the same way that the Azer were like dwarves that were molded by the plane of fire. She also, they to Jamon. Jamon might also not be an Efreet, but just might be some other manner of race that was molded and modified by the plane of fire. Because the molten eyes are really like that's like I think one of the most evocative parts of the description, and it's really standing out to me, and I don't know what to do with it. You know? Her Keyleth and Vax sitting in a tree. KISS ING. Also, they said, I love you. There we go. All right, Vax. And then we'll also put it into Vaxes. But do this and do that. With all your hidden identity theories, you should brush up on what creatures can canonically shape change. I know. Because my thing is, I didn't originally think that Jamon was shape changing. I didn't think that was a. But you're right, I should. It's like so many of my hidden identity theories do at least not do, but could hinge on shape changers. And we know that Matt is already employing Rakshasas. So it's very, very possible that we'll see more shape changing monsters, yeah. Let's see. The elongated arms. You know what? Here, actually. What monsters in D&D have elongated arms? Long spined arms? Bugbears get long limbs. It's going to be Bugbear Zorn? No. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to get there. Yeah. I guess Dramon could be a plane of fire bugbear that like lost all of its fur. Wait, actually, bugbears are tall as well, no? Wait. Wait a gosh darn second. Oh, shit. Man, bugbears can be hot. Oh, wait, that's stable diffusion. Never mind. Okay. Wait a second. Bugbear plane... Bugbear plane of fire. Actually, wait, if this is right, it might just bring up, like, Jamonza Ord. Which, again, I don't want it to do. So I don't know if I should search too specifically. Okay. We'll just say that in Jamon's article. Ord. Okay, Ord is a surprisingly non-specific thing. Jamon's Ord. We learned about Dramon. Also could be a bugbear that was transformed in the elemental plane of fire, like the Azer. Like the Azir. Transformed dwarves. Also could be, dude, if I would honestly, if Pact of the Jinn or Pact of the Genie, or if Genie Patron had been out at the time, like if Tasha's had been out and you could have had like a Warlock Pact of the Genie, or not Pact of the Genie, Genie Patron. At this time, I would 100% say that Jamon gives me high level Genie Patron Warlock energy. Like, these are the types of changes that I would expect on a normal humanoid that had been pacted with a genie. In the same way that, you know, a Warlock pacted with a Great Old One gets the weird eyes, gets like pale skin. Fathomless might start growing scales. Like, these are very reasonable changes, and I would say that the fucking obscuring of the features could have been Mask of Many Faces. Once again, Matt predicting the future? man, could be a warlock, and the strange changes are due to pacted body modifications from the patron. If Tasha's had been out at the time, I would have said it's an obvious genie patron warlock. But Tasha's wasn't out. Could still be a goo or a fiend warlock, theoretically. Probably not Fae. Probably not Fae. We'll have to see if we see any sort of pet around Jamon to imply Pact of the Chain. But Jamon could easily be Pact of the Tome, and we would never see their Book of Shadows. And could also easily be Pact of the Blade. And if they're a high enough level, most of the invocations are non-obvious. But if we see Jamon like summon armor of shadows, if we see them summon a blade, Pact of the Blade, and yeah, the obscured features could easily be, or any body modifications could either be due to the Patron Pact or due to Mask of Many Faces. Either one, really. I mean, fuck, the eyes could be Devil's Sight. The eyes could easily be Devil's Sight. Huh. Interesting. I think that, ooh, man. I'm leaning either Ifrit or Warlock. This is kind of like the Umbrasyl one, where if I would think this is Umbrasyl's hidden identity if Umbrasyl wasn't dead, and I would think that this was a Genie Patron Warlock if Genie Patron had existed at the time. Because it does read like big Genie Warlock energy. And that could also possibly explain the elongated lifespan. Because Jamon has been around, I think, has been established for at least like 400 years, which is elf time frame. If like Jamon was originally an elf. Huh. really like the idea of the GM basically inventing patrons for NPC warlocks. Yeah. You have so much control. Like, warlock is already an incredibly flexible class, like, lore-wise. More flexible than, like, cleric or paladin. But if you put it on an NPC, it's even more flexible. You don't have to worry about balance, and the flavor of warlocks is so flexible for NPCs. Yeah, super duper flexible. And, like, invocations are kind of like spells, in that it is implied that there are more invocations that exist than players have access to. So you can invent cool new, like, at the ready abilities that they can do, because most warlock invocations, some of them take a spell slot, but a lot of them are just passives. And a lot of them are replicating leveled spell effects on command, like Ascendant Step, Distant Visions, Mask of Many Faces. Like, all of these are replicating leveled spells, but you can just do them on command as a warlock. So it's a way to make someone feel incredibly powerful while also not being overwhelming to fight. Like, they will seem very powerful because they're just whipping this leveled spell out constantly. But I will also say, one of the things that I think is good about a warlock, speaking of, like, using player stat sheets for NPCs, the Mike video, warlocks are interesting for that because they have the go Nova constantly feel to them, where they have, like, the two things that they can do offensively and they just blast it out. And then all of their invocations, the ones that they can use constantly, are never damage dealing. I don't know if folks notice that. But that is, like, a very consistent thing with warlock invocations. Invocations 5e. Is they either, if they're damage related, they upgrade an existing thing, like Eldritch Blast on Agonizing Blast. Otherwise, if they're damage dealing, they like, if a concept is damage dealing, it doesn't exist. So it's like, I think maybe the one with the buzzing flies might be an exception. Yeah, what does Cloak of Flies do again? But I think it just makes people run away. Or extends, but not through total. Any other creature. Yeah, it takes poison damage, but you do. I will say this one's limited. It's a shorter long rest, similar to Thief of Five Fates. Yeah. Where Bane doesn't even do damage, but it makes you use a Warlock spell slot. The other one has to be shorter long rest. Anything that you can do over and over and over and over is either linked to something else, either a resource or a different feature like Eldritch Blast, or it is not damage dealing. So invisibility, not damage dealing, doesn't take a spell slot. Fucking Otherworldly Leap, you can do it without a spell slot, but it takes, it's jump. This is, you can do whenever, but it's invisibility, silent image. Yeah. That is the general way that they go about balancing these sorts of, the invocations. So that gives a lot of room to play as a DM. Creating new invocations is like, if it's an invocation that does damage or does like a substantial status effect in combat, like Cloak of Flies or Thief of Five Fates, you want to link it to an exterior thing or resource, either like a short rest, recharge, spell slot, or an existing feature. Like, I think Maddening Hex is a good example, or Relentless Hex, both linked to Hex. They're just upgrades. So, yeah, so many. I mean, you all know that I could talk about. I could talk about Warlock and Warlock design all day long. Because, yeah, I think that the invocations are so interesting. So cool. Any solid theories yet? Not solid. My only real theory is that Jamon is either a warlock, like a high level warlock, or an Ifrit, or maybe genie of some other manner. But I'm pretty shaky on both of those things. So I would not say, because the elongated limbs are so weird. I don't know what's going on with those. Everything else I can kind of find a relationary thing, but the only thing I can find with like elongated limbs is like bugbears, which I have it written down like, oh, maybe she's like a bugbear that got, or they're a bugbear that got like modified by the plane of fire, but I don't know. I don't know about that one. Let's see. Oh, Shondal. Shondal's a new place we need to go. Ah. Do I not have Jarrett under in here? I guess I don't. Jarrett getting the short end of the stick, I would say. Jarrett was head guard at Grayskull Keep before Vorugal got there. You know, I just realized I had my whole thing about like, you know, Jamon, like, oh, Jamon's like looking out at fucking Vax or whatever. I just realized that this quote says that the Tower of Jamon's ORD is maintained for watching over the entire city and most of the eastern side of Marquette. Which either means that Marquette is small as shit, which we know that Exandria is small as shit, so I guess kind of makes sense. Or that Jamon has like fucking misty visions or whatever. Visions of distant lands. Jamon is a bugbear warlock with what patron? Yeah, it'd be like a bugbear warlock with like a fiend patron is what I would currently guess. Or maybe, I mean, anything can be goo. Anything can be Great Old One because the Great Old One is like a catch-all for any forgotten god, which could have literally any aesthetic. You know? Like, normally they're very Lovecraftian tentacle coded, but like even like Lovecraft's Great Old Ones had widely varying aesthetics. The tentacles are just some of them. Just, you know, the Great Ocean coded ones. So it's like goo could be anything. So it could always be goo. And then otherwise, I would lean Fiend, with Fae still being possible, but lower on the list. Is what I would say. But Fae is still possible. Because again, Fae is pretty flexible. They have been around for at the very least 50 years. The first ever 5e character was a goo warlock reflavored as flying spaghetti monster. It was not a serious campaign. That's beautiful. That's beautiful. I love it. I love it, love it, love it. My first warlock was that I played actually changed patron halfway through the game. Because the original patron that we made, me and the DM didn't like spend too much time on. And then by the time that like we actually got a little bit more serious about it and like maybe wanted to bring the patron in, events had unfolded where it would not make sense for the patron to have been playing any amount of role. So I got a new patron. Yeah. Let's see. Jamon. I have not seen Jamon. Not seen Jamon. NPC. Jamon. Dun, 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 dun. Okay. Jamon brought the city together 400 years before. When it began to grow, expand, and began this great oasis, long ago it went into chaos. There were many who wished to utilize those who lived in the center to be abused, to be swindled, to be enslaved. Very Efreet. Very Efreet. Jamon started the Hand of Ord. I think I said it was seemingly named after Jamon. I mean, it was started by Jamon's Ord. Which was the Peacekeepers. Brass. Brass. Okay. We'll just leave that for now. I don't know. City of Brass. I only just realized you think they might be a warlock and not the patron. For some reason, I thought you said they were the patron in search of warlocks to pact with. Oh! I mean, not a bad point. Not a terrible point. Yeah, I do think warlock. Also could be a potential. No, I actually don't think it a potential. I mean, Ifrit are warlock patrons, like straight up. Ifrit just are. So if that's my thing is like if they were a patron, if they were a power in search of warlocks, I would think they would be more cohesive. In their design. And maybe they are. Maybe they are cohesive in a way that I just don't understand because it's a monster I'm unaware of. But I can't find like a monster that I feel like really, really fits. And therefore, yeah, I do think that Jamon is a warlock. I think Jamon is a high-level warlock currently. Also, Matt has a tendency to make his, like, humanoid adversaries have player stat sheets. You know, like Earthbreaker Groon, the Briarwoods. I have a feeling that Ripley will have one. What else? Oh, Kevdak, obviously. So I have a feeling that Jamon also has a player stat sheet. which would be indicative of Warlock in this case, but could always be Sorcerer. Could also always be Sorcerer. Could always be, No, well... Also could be a Dragon Blood Sorcerer. Could be a Dragon Blood Sorcerer. I have less reason to think that than Warlock, so I'm going to stick with Warlock, but also could be a Dragon Blood Sorcerer. No, Dragon Blood Sorcerers get scales. Never mind. I don't know. Shondal. Couldn't you choose to hide the scales, then / them be in a clothes location? I don't know that the sorcerer subclass has that choice. I don't know. I haven't read it in a while. Sorcerer. Why did it put it in that? Okay, let's just go into sorcerer. Blop. Draconic. Your hit point maximum increased by 3. Parts of you are... Oh, it does say parts of you are covered by dragon-like scales. While you aren't wearing armor, your base armor... I kind of always assumed that this implied that it was like patchwork all over yourself, but it does seem like flavor-wise you could choose for them to be like mainly on your chest or mainly in a different area. That's fair. Yeah. That could definitely be the case, it seems. And you can hide them in BG3, but that isn't exactly 1-to-1. Yeah. Yeah, it does. It seems like it is within reasonable rulings, but it's not what I would assume when creating one. But it is very much within reasonable rulings. I would still tend to lean towards Warlock, but it's very Sorcerer is very possible. Wizard's very possible. Assuming that they have a stat sheet at all, but especially given I assumed that the whole obscured face would be a constant thing, but it seems like it is a purposeful decision, maybe spell, maybe feature, that Jamon doesn't just like have going all the time. If they just had it going constantly, I would have assumed monster, stat block, etc. But the fact that Jamon doesn't have it going right now, to me implies that it's a thing that they have to use sparingly, which also then to me implies stat sheet, player class, that sort of thing. So we'll see. I don't know. Man, I never made an article for residuum. Interesting. I feel like I should have. Residuum. Special material found in the white stone of the white stone region. I should say special material found in / derived from the white stone of the white stone region. Powerful magical component. House Briarwood. We're using it en masse to construct the do I have an article for the ziggurat? Kind of. To construct the zig beneath Whitestone Keep. Gilmore has also been seen using it in a teleportation circle spell, seemingly in place of normal components. Sort of implies that residuum is a sort of Joker or wild magical component. Like, it can take the place of any other magical component pound for pound. Kind of cool. It's kind of an interesting little thing. Oh yeah, fucking Gilmore's parents. Fucking, should I even put them in NPCs or should I put them in constructs? That's what I'm saying. Seemingly unimportant randos. The Gedmores. Seemingly Gilmore's parents. We're just gonna that's what we're gonna have. In Shondal. Ay, 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 ay. All right. That is 1101 in the books. In the books. Theory. All right. Unpin that. And open that up and repin that. Let's see. All right. Wildmont's a generally colder continent. That's right. That's right. Locations, land masses. Do I not have Wildmount? The random shit you realize. Wildmount. I do not have Wildmount as its own article. Crazy. Haven't needed it. Wildmount. Wildmount. One major continent in. Do I have Exandria? Probably not. Exandria. The world has 4 major continents, which are Wildmount, Taldore continent, Marquette, and Isilra. Where House Briarwood is originally from. Also, where Seeker Assume went during the Briarwood arc. Also, near to / contains Draconia? Unclear as to the exact geographical relationship. All right. Okay. Yeah, there we go. All right. Oh boy, we have factions. Factions. Also, we need seemingly disbanded. Seemingly disbanded / dead. /dead. And Vorugal is the frigid doom. The frigid doom. I need to add alias to the top. Aliases. I know there's an actual way to do this. I have not done it, though. Frigid doom. Currently lording over Draconia. Pretty wild implication that Orion made Tibbs a Skywalker, Star Wars, but also that the Skywalkers were slavers. Yeah. Yup. That is... Yup. It is wild and also very difficult to read it as anything other than that. Yup. Yup. I agree. That's wild. And I mean, like, it's like maybe, like, especially this is like a total post justification, but it's like, you know, it's like maybe kind of minorly interesting joke if Orion like really hates Star Wars or something, like for some reason, like maybe he's more of a Star Trek guy. That like, oh, I'm gonna make the Skywalkers, but they're slavers. It's like, slavers? Little extreme, little on the extreme side. But, like, I don't know, maybe works in, like, a home game. Definitely maybe part of the lore that they should have cut when going to live. Maybe. Yeah. Yeah.
Take a break.
Take a break. Take a break. Lieutenant within the Raven Knights. There we go. Lieutenant within the Raven Knights. I feel like I can get through this entire thing. Before I go. Vorugal. All right, there we go. Yeah, a lot of tables, mine included, just outright ban slavery. Having that key part of your backstory and starting association with the slavers is a choice. It's a choice. Yep. I have had slavery at some tables, and I have had it, yeah, like as like a strict line at other tables. It is like, it's a distinct part of a lot of setting lore. But it's also something that I think is very reasonable to not want in your games. Like your escapism fantasy. Yeah, and linking it directly to you being the perpetrator and like seemingly not having a real problem with it. Again, honestly kind of leans into the like flaws that we can interact with, right? It's like that is a flaw that is so extreme that it becomes hard for other players to legitimately interact with it in their characters and not just kick you out of the party. So yeah. Presumably, hopefully, their arc would have been one of rejecting their origins. Yeah, we can hope that. We can hope that Tiberius would have rejected those things, and that would have been it. But he did express some of those opinions in very outright ways when we saw him interact with the Dragonborn in the MON Council. And it just seems like the party ignored it, which is like the sign of a bad flaw, honestly. I never thought the use as Skywalkers was alluding to Star Wars. I can see it if Orion came up with it himself, but it's also just a direct name thing. Ravine Dwellers versus Sky Dwellers. I mean, yes. To me, it came off as like a joke that makes sense. Of like, yeah, Skywalkers. They are living on the floating island and they ride the dragons. But it's also such a specific name in nerd culture that, like, if you weren't trying to allude to it, I think you would have not had that be the name, you know? Because it's like, it's something that, like, maybe slides under the radar, like, once or twice. But, like, someone's eventually gonna get it. If you're talking about it enough at the table, and they're gonna be like, Skywalkers, like, oh, who's your father? Is it Darth Vader? Darth Dragon? Dragon Vader? And so I think that is, I think it's fair, like, especially as, like, a viewer that, you know, that watched it very quickly and was not in the game and interacting with things. I think it's fair for it to, like, slide off. But I would find it hard to believe that never came up at the table. And if they weren't meaning for it to be a reference, I think it would have been taken out. But I think it was just supposed to be like a funny reference. Like, oh, haha, what's a Skywalker? What? I've done that before. You know, I've made little like joke references in my games to real life stuff that is like purposefully subvertive of like, ooh, that's a thing that doesn't exist here normally. Haha. Like a cell phone is like a fucking a communication system that the Myconids use that uses like fungal cells to communicate. So it's a cell phone. You know, like that sort of thing. That's kind of how I interpreted it, but it is up to interpretation. Slavery is literally the example I use when I'm describing lines and veils because unlike some of the others, just mentioning it isn't likely to trigger anyone, but is also understandable as a line. That's a good idea. That's a good strat to explain lines and veils because I agree. It is like pretty instantly grokkable what that means and like what a line and veil means in that context. But yeah, you're right. Isn't probably likely to like trigger any particular trauma. Still theoretically could, but I think it is much less likely than other stuff. Yeah, that's a good idea. Anyways, I'm gonna take a quick break and then we will be right back. What up? What up? All right, 23 done. 23 done. Bop. Skadoosh. All right. Oh, yeah, we need to update Seeker Assume. Ah, narrow pin. Oh my God, so much. Okay, big lore dump from our good old buddy Assume. Yeah, there we go. All right. So things are a mess. No one's allowed to leave, living under the Wyvern Guard. I mean, I remember looking at this at the time and not seeing anything crazy. It was a lot of describing Thordak. The only thing is Seeker Assumes working with the clasp. Suspicious. I'll say it. I'll say it. Suspicious. And then cries echoing through the streets. The people fell to their knees. He sent the majority of his army eastward. We are assuming that that is in response to what happened with Umbrasyl. But we don't know. We don't know. Yeah, we don't know. Anything we can assume. I agree. Tofor and Shen are still back in MON helping. Who cares? Oh, yeah. Thordax still has 4 orbs. May or may not be because there's a new blue, or might just be a remnant. Or might just be that all 4 are needed for any of them to work, even if there's no need for brim scythes anymore. Yeah, I'm grabbing that into Thordak. Easy 16. Easy 16. I think going backwards is the right idea. The more I'm doing it, the more I'm like, yeah. Because like a lot of that was stuff that got answered that I would have taken the time to organize. But then like the whole like Vorugal being in the in Draconia. It's like, oh yeah, I already knew that. I already organized that. Let's see. Sondor, we found him finally. Sondor, seemingly dead. Sondor, Arch Fae. Well, we should say insane incel Arch Fae, lording over the Shade Merc using Fenthras in the Feywild. Perfect. Oh, and then we find out about Garmies. Garmies. Real thing. So not Garmelie. Artagan? Artagan? Artagon. Artagan. I think Artagan. How do I indicate an alias again? I know how to do it. I know how to do it. I just don't know how to do it, you know? I think I have it in Thordak. I have an alias set up. Yeah, aliases. There we go. Aliases. One of them is Garmelie. And I should do the same thing on aliases with Vorugal for Frozen Doom or for Frigid Doom. And I am going to put Artagan into deities. Although we're going to make a new folder for minor deities and demigods. That's where Artagan's going to go. Who's Arathis? Oh, no. Vecna. And also Vesh. Because Vesh only has the one follower. Who is also her husband, unwillingly. Yikes. Cray Hunt is still unknown. Horn of Orcus is an item, at least. I can put that in there. Alright, nothing in there. Zhubadoo. Ooh, wait, we got lore, I forgot. Yu-Gi-Oh! Do know that occasionally on the material plane there are entities, spiritual energies. I feel like this should go in the material plane note, of which there is none currently. Material plane. Where Exandria is. Okay, there we go. Yeah, because we know that to a degree, this is why I say, you know, I'm putting Vesh in the minor deities and demigods, because we know that at least some manner of spirits and spirituality work in the way that I called Gestalt deities. And so it stands to reason that losing favor would decrease your power. Oh, that was a quick transition. Music? Let's see. Do I need to take notes about the lichens? I honestly don't feel like I need to. I think I'm not gonna. I still have the notes theoretically. It's why I save the day, like the big unorganized notes regardless. But like, I don't think that the pixies and the werewolves really have much to do with the broader story. So I don't think I'm gonna actually like separate them off. If I ever, need to search them, I can always use the search function. But I don't see them coming back really. Yeah. Which is basically all that happened during that. I can definitely, even like just like looking at that, I can see why the Feywild is divisive. And honestly, it's divisive in my head. Like, I like so many parts of it, but it seems so disconnected from the rest. Which I've said before, that like at a home game, that can be great. In a streamed game, it's maybe slightly strange, and I think maybe them going after doing like Liam's quest and that sort of stuff. But that also might not be what they're doing. I'm big assuming there. But okay, I should take a note regarding the Shade Merc. I think this is where I was in the middle of. Yeah. An Archfey, Sondor. Many years before, who was turned on by his beloved, who had been growing spiteful, so full of angst and vengeful thoughts. It was there that the lands became the Shade Merc. Dryads turned foul, other creatures. The only thing that holds the spread of bay is the Gilded Run. Yeah, there we go. All right, cool. Oh, what the fuck's her name? It's High Warden. Did I put her under apparent ally? No. That's High Bearer. Terelda. There it is. All right. Whoo, that accelerated into the end. Yeah. I'm getting much more confident about the directional thing. I know that seems like such a minor thing, but it, like, mentally, I don't know why, it was a huge difference. Let's take a look at the graph view. Exciting graph view time. All right. Who are these people off on their own? Oh, Kasha. Kasha and Vex. Or Vesh. Yeah. We're going to say ally of Vox. Just to include Kasha in the graph, you know? Okay. Yeah, that's fine. What are some other... Oh, wait, Sildor. Wait, what? Sildor not created? Is he not? Oh, it should be Sildor Vasar. So in the Thordak article, there's a Sildor somewhere. Aha! Should be Sildor Vasar. There we go. Clean that up. Any other gray dots? Oh, Allura. Oh my god, there are so many Allura references that are just like direct Allura, not Allura Vysoren. So there's the clasp. Allura Vysoren. There is... Oh, there's also a Silas. What's bigger than Thordak? Than Thordak. Oy, oy, oy. Silas Briarwood. There should still be an empty Allura one. Yep, there it is. What is it? Hotus. Oh, still Thordak. So it's Hotus, Thordak, and Kima. Allura Vysoren. Aha. Allura Vysoren. Cool. Hotus the Rakshasa. You know, I should just put Allura as an alias on Allura Vysoren. I really should. I don't know why I'm not. Where's apparent enemies? Thordak, and then pull up close allies, Allura. Grab that aliases, and just put aliases Allura. There we go. And I should do the same thing for Sildor. Where's Sildor? Oh, family. Sildor Vasar, aliases Sildor. There we go. First theory stream I've seen, and the chaos of the interlocking docks looks feckin' sick. Yeah! It does indeed. Yeah, there is extreme chaos. And we can maybe massage this a little bit. Because right now... Oh, wait. There's still an Allura dot. Oh, because it's linked wrong. Allura Vysoren. There we go. And let's get all these out of there. All right. Okay, let's see if I can massage like the link force a little bit. Oh, I used to have a plugin that would like slowly breathe the graph so that it would organize itself. It was actually incredibly useful. But we'll make a tighter central force so that it kind of circles up a little bit, but then also strengthen up the repel force. Strengthen the link force. Strengthen that force. And then shorten... Oh, yeah, there we go. Okay, I think that's good. Yeah, Obsidian. Yep. Obsidian is totally free. I don't pay a lick for it. Actually, that's not true. I do pay for Obsidian Sync, which syncs all of my vaults between devices. So by default, it doesn't sync. Now, if you put your vault onto like a NAS or something and then are just accessing the NAS, that could work, but then there's like, you would have to manage sync conflicts yourself. Whereas Obsidian Sync is like a service you pay for, and Obsidian handles all of the syncing for you, which to me was worth the money. They also have Obsidian Publish if you want to like publish a wiki using Obsidian, but I've never used it, so I can't speak for how good or not good it is. But yeah. Who are the biggest? It seems like Vox Machina, the Clasp. Dude, I've been saying the Clasp is involved. The Clasp is so fucking involved that I can't even believe it. The Clasp is all over the place. And they are mentioned by so many people, and they're being used by so many people. They're so involved. Actually, they should be on Seeker Assume. Why isn't Seeker Assume in here? Seeker Assume. Oh, was working with the Clasp after the fall of MON. There we go. Yeah, there we go. You can also do Git if you're techie. Not sure if that realistically works on mobile, but it worked on any desktop just fine. That's also true. They have like a free Git plugin. I like Obsidian on my phone, so I prefer Obsidian Sync. But yeah, Git will totally work. Yeah. The only thing that class fails at is being at all secret. I know. To be fair, that's a dialectical relationship since you think you'll write it down more and it will be even more involved. You're right, but separate from that, they have been involved in just straight up been involved in so many events. Like they were involved with Krieg, with General Krieg. They were involved with the demons in Amon. They had the soul jars that were carrying the bodies. They delivered the egg that contained Sky Sunder. Like they're fucking all over the place. Galdrick's related to them? Who the fuck's... Wait, isn't Galdrick the wolf? Wait, how is Galdrick related to the Clasp? Galdrick. The assassin class member that Galdrick brought back. Oh, gotcha. That makes sense. But also, yeah, they also directly are working with the Rakshasa, with Hodis. Like, they were gonna transport Riskel Daxio. They're just so prominently involved in so much bullshit that it is so difficult for me to ignore them. So difficult. We'll see. Herd of Storms are kind of on the periphery. They're not that important. Iman is obviously involved in a lot of shit. Whitestone, same. Marquette is a surprisingly commonly referenced thing, but I think that's more just because it's a continent. You know, I think it just kind of happens to be referenced a lot. Kind of same with Ankarel. I don't think there's much there. Kind of same with Vasselheim. Although Vasselheim is kind of in the middle of a lot, but yeah, we've got Percy, Grog, Vexvax, Keyleth. Not a whole lot that's standing out to me in here that wouldn't have stood out to me otherwise, you know? Meow. Node size. Or shrink it. Yeah, I don't know. In fact, what I do, to be fair, what do the colors show? I think it's configurable. Yeah, I don't think there is a default, but I have it set to certain paths. So anything that falls under the theories folder gets colored red. Anything that's factions is yellow, locations green, NPCs darker green, events this teal, etc., etc. Yeah. Holy shit, they are. That surprised me, but you're right, dude. They're all over the place. They're all over the place. It's crazy. I haven't looked at the graph view of my GM stuff in a while. I should. Great way to view what isn't getting much love. It really is. It's a good way to find the gray dots, like dead links. I really like using it for dead linking. And you can do a lot to clean it up depending on like what you really want to see. Like if you really want to see like small separate patches, you can up the repel force a lot and like lower the center force, and then up the link force a bit, but then also allow the link distance to be super long. So like this helps. I'm just gonna kind of let it breathe out a little bit. So if I let it continue to breathe out, this really like shows off this sort of force configuration. Really shows off the like outskirts of the campaign, or of the of the graph, you could say. Yeah, they won't move much now. So it's like I don't even know what this is. I need to up the text fade threshold and the node size a little bit. Oh wait, do I need to go less? Wait, what? Oh yeah, there we go. Smaller. Made the node size a little bit smaller. Link thickness will go down a little bit. Yeah. So now you can see like, okay, the vestiges of divergence seem to kind of be out on the periphery, but also they have some stuff that are only linked to it, like Whispered, Dawn Martyr, City of Brass. I might up the central force just a skosh to get all these a little bit closer. Yeah, there we go. Maybe a skosh more. Just to be able to see. Like this up here, the Spire of Conflux is like related to some things that are only related to it. Same thing with like Fenthros. Like a lot of the vestiges are kind of out on the periphery. But even something like Singorn is, you can tell, like very out on the periphery, doesn't have a whole lot related to it. Unlike something like Vox Machina, Keyleth, even. And like the smaller things that are in the middle don't necessarily mean that they have more connections, because more connections is related to node size, but it does mean that they are related to other things that have a lot of connections. Like Residuum is related to Whitestone, which has a lot of connections, and Gilmore, which has a lot of connections, you know? House Briarwood, same thing. So, and then it really also kind of shows you these like lower places, like Ankarel does have its own little constellation, but it's very separated from the more like core constellation down here. Yeah. Graph view is super cool. Super cool. I like it a lot. I generally like viewing it more on like a central, like a more centered force with just like harder link force. But that can that'll show you like the broad clusters, but can be a little, and it's easier to see all the names at once, but it can get a little cluttered. Yeah. I think Tal'Dorei isn't mentioned much because we usually get something more specific instead of just Tal'Dorei. Yeah, precisely. Yeah. So, like, there are definitely some, but, like, that's why Tal'Dorei is much more in the center of this. So, like, where can I find Tal'Dorei? Actually, where is Tal'Dorei, though? Because I'm sure that Tal'Dorei will be close to the center. It's just very small, so I can't find it. It's gonna be similar to where, like, Exandria is. Cause yeah, like, Exandria and Tal'Dorei aren't gonna show up. Where the fuck are they? On the left? Where are they? I can't even find them. That's Ank'Harel. That's Marquette. Marquette should be related to Exandria. Exandria. There it is. Exandria. And then Tal'Dorei Continent. Yeah. So yeah, you can very much see the location is good because Tal'Dorei Continent isn't that big because it's not actually connected to that many things, but it's very in the center because all of its links are pulling it in a lot of different directions. Yeah. That would be good for lore, actually. Yeah, it's great for lore. It's really good for, like, balancing your lore. Yeah. I think you spelled residuum wrong. Did I? Oh, is it residuum? As in R-E? Residuum? I guess that makes sense, like resides. Alright, sure. Where's Wildmount? Good question. I don't actually know. Wildmount's definitely going to be on the exterior. It's going to be similar to, like, Ank'Harel or Marquette, if I had to guess. Because it's probably only related to, like, one thing. Let's see. Ank'Harel is related to Marquette. Marquette should have Exandria. There it is. And Exandria has Wildmount. So Wildmount's actually closer to the center than I thought it would be. Purely because it's connected to House Briarwood. And Seeker Assume. Briarwood and Assume both really pull in Wildmount. So yeah, you can really generally see, like, okay, this is where, like, the majority of, like, the focused lore that we've gotten resides. And then Ank'Harel has lore, but it's all very separate from what we've ever gotten before. You know, like, Ank'Harel is really off doing its own thing. It's not really connected. It's not connected to Whitestone, the Briarwoods, you know, Vecna, at least yet. any of that sort of shit. So yeah, it's very cool to see. Yeah, do you think you'll start a new one for C2 or use the same? Ideally the same. I think that Obsidian gets better and better the more stuff you have in it. Especially if all of the stuff are referencing, you know, common things. What I'll probably end up doing is I will probably end up like redoing the groups and having there be a special color. Like, I'll probably put all of this stuff into, like, C1 and making, like, a C1 color. And then if something gets referenced in C2 or C3, I'll pull it out of C1 and into the current. And then we'll eventually have, like, its own color of stuff that was only mentioned in C1. And it'll be, like, off in its own category. Yeah, that's probably what I'll end up doing. Yeah. I like that you can see which of the theories are actually out there. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Well, you can see the ones that are, like, real, like, catch-all theories, like the primordial breaches fucking reference everything, including other theories. Like, you can so tell that Primordial Breaches is just me throwing whatever at the wall. And then there's some much more there's some much more focused theories, like Orthax's cursed weapons or the Moon Tree. The Moon Tree references 3 things. It's a very focused theory. Even the Trap Genie is very focused, yeah. The 4 Remember is fucking only related to Kamal Jaori and probably will never get brought up again. Even Arcane Weapons versus Vestiges is kind of out there, yeah. Ziggurats of Power. Oh, wait, there are 2 Ziggurats of Power. Wait, what? Shouldn't be 2 Ziggurats of Power. Ah, this was from when they got duplicated. Whoops. Are there any other ones like that? Yeah, Black Hole Acceleration, delete. Usurper gets usurped. Oh, yep, right there. Okay, yeah, I think that's good. Are there any unlikely that are out here? I don't think so. Chroma Conclave? No, I think we're good. I think we're chilling. Okay, cool. Yeah. But yeah, it's super cool. The linking is awesome. There's so many plugins. Like, I have a plugin that I love to where if I hover over a link, then it will show me that article and I can quickly look through the article, and I can even pin up this view so that as I'm going through this, I have Hodis the Rakshasa up. Yeah, it has a lot. It's also what I use for drawing on stream. It has a recording feature. You can get really detailed into the scripting. Like, let me show you. I don't want to display this on screen. Okay, yeah. And I just got to make sure that nothing is gonna fuck with me. Yeah, there we go. Okay, yeah. Okay. Ooh, don't want that on there. There we go. We can redo that. Yeah, okay, sweet. So on here, yeah, so this is my normal vault. This is like my memory, or what I call memory. I have a calendar plugin that I use to sync between Google Calendar and my vault. Like, I sync in events from Google Calendar. I have some quick buttons that do scripted macros that I wrote the code for. All of this is what is called data view code. So you can write little code snippets to actually aggregate like things of certain tags. So like, I have this data view snippet to say tasks that are not done, they're due before today or scheduled before today. And then I have them grouped by priority. And then you can see past due, high priority, I haven't used this in a little bit. I've been moving my task management stuff and like redoing it a little bit. But oh yeah, you can even see, yeah, this is from my Google Calendar. So this is literally just an event that I have in Google Calendar. Both of these are, and you can port all of that into Obsidian. I have like a content Kanban in here. I have a journal that I aggregate stats off of, so like how I'm feeling. Yeah, it's very, 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 very cool. Yeah, and then I also, this is the even more fun part, I have the unified critical role theory nested within this vault. So if I open up my graph view, this is I'm zooming way out so that you can't see any of the names. But this is what my actual vault looks like. This is the constellation. And then I have it grouped by all of the various things. So the unified critical role theory is this beige. So this is the critical role theory within my larger vault. And there are actually connections in here that you can't see in the other one because I reference certain things. Like I reference like Vox Machina sometimes. And I like to link it in. But these are various things. This is like my Accelodraw plugin. You can also do it by hashtags and tags. So I have like various tags in here for like tasks, backlog, pre-production, reviewing, scheduled, post-production. All of these are managed by tasks, which are all very, very cool. Yeah. I love Obsidian. Can't recommend it enough. Legitimately have considered moving out of World Anvil and into Obsidian just to save money, honestly. Yeah. What is Weekend at Thordax? You don't know about Weekend at Thordax? Weekend at Thordax is a theory that Thordak is not alive. This is one that I had during the like Grog mini arc when they were doing the quest for Qual. When they were doing the quest for Qual, I came up with a theory that Thordak is a corpse that's being like puppeted as a golem by Raishan, and that the thing in his chest is working the same as the Golemancy core inside of Fassbender. That they're like the same magic, and that Thordak is just a meat golem. And I think that I've got a lot of evidence, I will say. Oh, but I did say that it's slightly tenuous. Uh-oh. Yeah, and I said that the siphons were needed to create the golem. I thought it made perfect sense. So that is Weekend at Thordax. Yeah, it's pretty good. But anyways, that's the theory. That's the theory based. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I have considered if the channel took off and it was more cash positive for my time, I would definitely consider doing Obsidian Publish. Like right now, I can't justify the cost of Publish. But if I did publish, I would be able to host the notes as a website, so that you guys could like just go to the website and like look through it, and like, you know, make any like spelling corrections or like, you know, put in like proof corrections. But it costs money. Maybe I'll do some sort of drive, because how much does it actually cost? I actually don't know. Let's see. Because I could do some sort of like drive, like, hey, you know, this much out of this much, and I do it like every month, and if I get enough like super chats to host it, then I do it, and if I don't, then it goes down that month. Let's see. Obsidian Publish. It's $8 per month. That I could probably raise that in super chats if I actually tried. Maybe I'll do that. Maybe like next on like Critical Role streams, I'll put like, you know, host my notes, or like the monthly cost to host my notes, and I'll do like a super chat drive or something. Because it'd be super cool to like have a website where you guys could just like poke through my notes and just see what I think. My only hesitancy, and I'll have to think about it more, is that then I would feel pressure to have the notes be more sanitized. Because right now I just kind of let the notes rip, and I don't have to care about them getting looked through separately. So like I'll make like little jokes. I put like actual chat people's names in there, which like, you know, could be fine, but Actually, I think I can publish everything. I think I can selectively publish things. Like, I think I can block off certain folders. So I could just block off all of the daily notes folders. So that way I don't have to worry about the daily notes. I only have to
Take a
worry
break.
about the organized stuff. That could work. I could do that. The actual Obsidian files are just Markdown. I haven't checked, but GitHub's Markdown viewing might just work for the basic features. I don't know if Publish does things like Graph View. It does. Publish does things like Graph View. It does all the linking. It basically, if you publish, it is a web portal that mimics all of the behaviors of Obsidian. So like it mimics all of your plugins. It like does it all. So like it would like do the data view processing. It mimics everything. It mimics all of your like CSS organization. So yeah. I don't know. Maybe I'll start a drive because it's something that, like, again, I don't think I can justify the $8 a month for it. But if I had a little, like, you know, this much out of this much, and you know, people could super chat to it. Oh shit, plugins too. That's dope. It's so dope. It's actually very, very cool. I really like Obsidian's monetization. Like having it be, or I guess it's $10 a month and then $8 a year. Well, $8 a month a year. But I think Obsidian's pricing model is very friendly. It just, like, the entire software is free, but then it offers the sync and the publish. So it's basically just offering web hosting at that point. And it offers them very cheap. I just can't justify the publish naturally. Yeah. So yeah, I Obsidian is I mean, without knowing anything about the founders, they could be shitheads. I don't know. I don't know who runs it. But just like based on the software and on everything I experienced, Obsidian's awesome. I love them. Cascading style sheets. Yeah. CSS. Cascading style sheets. Yup. But yeah, I could unpublish some stuff. Yeah. So we'll see. Maybe I'll do that. We will see. But with that, we're not going to see yet. Because I am going to go. I will see you guys all later at least on Wednesday for Critical Role. Hopefully before then, I hope to do another Pathologic on like Monday or Tuesday. I'm loving Pathologic. So either like Monday or Tuesday probably for that. Maybe something else even. Who knows? I think tomorrow I'm mainly going to be editing. I don't think I'll go live tomorrow. I think it's just going to be big like filming and editing day. But with that, thank you so much for joining. I appreciate it. And I hope y'all have a good rest of your day. I will see you all later. Thank you for being members. And thank you for joining. Goodbye.